Okay, I think everything should be good to go at this point. Gonna start off with some art, then we'll do some Fortnite later on. We used to do this far more often, and I think today's a good day to try and get back to the other way. Golly, these allergies are killing me. Hokey smokes. Have I just made a mistake? Greetings there, Chrysanth. How are you doing this evening? How interesting for you to stumble into this neck of the woods. Don't worry, I don't have any dad jokes for you today. You're spared for right now. Got to try and get this drawing done tonight so I can be able to add it into the intro for tomorrow. It's been an interesting experience trying to get this thing up to quality. I'm not very good at this. I'm kind of a slow artist. It takes me a while to get up to speed. When I was doing the previous drawings, I was able to churn them out at about once every 2 days, which that was very fast for me. Right now, it is nowhere close to that right now. Thank goodness for mod powers. Indeed. Doing well. Well, right now we're dealing with allergies. It's the last throes of summer, and it is... Oof. Harvest season is upon us, and so right now there's a lot of dust in the air. Some molds are starting to give their... starting to awaken in the area as well, so... I have been tired for the last few days, is what I'm coming to. Been working on a lot of projects as well. It has been not just this one. There's a lot of stuff that I've been tinkering on here and there. Yes, I'll definitely mess with the sinuses. Yes, so this right here, I was really wanting to... By the way, this is the... This is the drawing that's going to be for the intro for Star Wars, and I was trying to figure out some way to add the character's facial hair into it, and this one was rejected, unfortunately, and so I had to go with a bit more of a sensible approach, just having it painted on. But I didn't want to have like all these wires sticking out of his face, so it looked like facial hair. It's a shame. I thought it would have been really, really clever, but oh well. Thought that's what you were doing, yeah. Haven't been as fast at this as I wanted to be. That's what happens when you take on too many projects at once, and so I got a late start to this. I don't know what the official character art is supposed to be, and so Arudai just said start, and then we'd figure that out along the way. I don't know where the actual character art, who's actually doing the actual character art, and how far along the no Zaku mustache precisely. It'll be in the fan art, if nothing else, showing him with the wire approach. Back when I was doing the Frost Maiden intro, that was a fun challenge. I had a lot more time to try and do that one because for a while it was full-time trying to get that figured out. But one of the things I ran into the problem with was trying to capture all the details that were happening in the show, and it was brand new. I was brand new to it, so I just started throwing a bunch of ideas at the wall. Some of them stuck, and some of them actually made appearances in the show as a result. So I do like how sometimes these intros become a way to help steer some of the story elements, but other times you come up with an idea, it's like, nope, we're just gonna go with something else. That's perfectly fine. It's just me experimenting with this stuff. Still got to get in on one of those games one day. Hey, greetings there, Wolfie. How you doing? Blah, that's all right. I can always wait before putting the intro into the pods when I edit them. Oh, yes, indeed. By the way, what editing software are you using for doing those videos there, Chrisam? I realized the other day that I've known Erudai for over 3 years now. It has actually a substantial amount of time. He's one of the oldest acquaintances I have online that I have maintained dialogue with. He's a good fellow. I've enjoyed working with him on projects. I use the Adobe Suite, says Wolfie. After Effects mostly. Ah, indeed. No, Chrysanthemum, why? No. Ah, you're using Wondershare. The pain. Ouch. Well, I'm glad you're able to make it work. I would never be able to get that software to work. Most complicated thing I have ever done were Erudai's scary stories. Ooh, spooky Erudai. Erudai told me to do it. You don't always do what Erudai tells you. Do you ever do what the DM tells you? Or do you have to always wonder if the DM's leading you down the wrong path? He just gave you a mimic. It looks like one thing, but it's actually something else. It's a villain. You know, I was actually trying to get some YouTubers to change their software, and they were stuck on Wondershare and some other ones as well. And I was like, no, you guys need to go to DaVinci Resolve or some other software that would be akin to that. And they were like, no, we're not doing that. We are familiar with this. We like it. And we don't need that professional stuff. I'm like, it's not just professional. It's actually a time saver. It makes your project so much faster. And then no one ever did it. But if you make it work, it doesn't matter what tool you're using. That's it just sometimes it becomes a little bit more challenging to do projects, especially group projects. So I work primarily off of, for drawing, Clip Paint Studio. I use DaVinci Resolve for my video editing, and I use Blender for my special effects. I used to use Adobe all the time, kind of like Wolfie. But Adobe burned me way too much. And I was like, oh, okay, I need to find other software. And so I used open source software or freeware. And DaVinci Resolve is in fact free. And man, it was a bit of a challenge to adjust, but man, it made the video editing process fast by comparison. But I realized it also doesn't work on everybody's computer. So there was a guy I was helping him to get familiar with DaVinci Resolve, and lo and behold, his PC couldn't handle it. And it choked out on him, and, well, he never got a chance to use it. It was a shame, though, because we were going to work on a group project, and then that happened. I was like, phooey. Oh, well. He's the one who built my PC. I had to trust him on it. Oh, Rudai helped you build your PC. So he, just like a typical DM, he got to build the map. He got to build the tools that you're going to be using. And then it turns out to be a mimic. I think my mom got some kind thing added to her, I think my mom got some kind of thing added to her Photoshop. In what way? In case you didn't know, my mom's the one who does the thumbnails and did some of the Legend Seeker assets. Oh, very nice. Oh, she did a good job with that stuff. When I was first getting started in freelance, I learned early on one of the difficulties of having your own PC. I made an investment into a laptop, which served me well for the first few years, but I got the wrong parts, and so it ended up frying my PC over time. And so I went with a different setup, and the parts worked fine, but then I got into 3D animation, and I killed my PC once again. By the third time around, I had a pretty good idea of what the parts that I needed to use, and that thing lasted me a long time. Now I have a PC that is a behemoth, very expensive PC, and it has served me very well over 8 years now. With the, at this point, I'm probably going to have to upgrade it again, though. Not looking forward to that. That's going to be a spendy upgrade. But the parts have lasted far longer than I thought they would. But I can start to tell some of the issues that are arising. She had some kind of video editing added to her Adobe. Oh yes, so that's probably Adobe Premiere, what you're probably referring to, or After Effects, kind of like what Wolfie was mentioning earlier. Tech stupid. I just don't understand the stuff at all. I haven't had a PC since high school. You know, that's not a bad thing. Avoiding technology, if you can do it, honestly, is probably for the best. I learned that I needed technology, even though I've come to really hate technology over the last couple of years. I keep leaning into more and more complex tech in one form or another. And unfortunately, in my field, it's been very hard to disconnect, but I'm still trying to find it a little bit here and a little bit there. One of the things I've taken to doing is I'm not drawing as much on my tablet anymore. Now I'm actually trying to draw on paper once again. And I gotta say, the quality on drawing on paper is actually pretty good. But technology, I don't need it now to complete my task the way that I used to. I'm able to have more of a balance for it. Did you build your own PC? Says Wolfie. Yes, indeed. In fact, back when I first got my PC, it was actually a purchase from a company called Digital Storm. A very good company, honestly. But their parts eventually fried because the person who was building my PC didn't understand what I was asking. I requested a video editing and animation PC. The guy delivered me a gaming PC because he didn't understand that the parts don't actually work together. And lo and behold, DaVinci Resolve fried my motherboard. So I had to start from ground zero. I bought my own parts and I decided to piece it together myself. It took a long time to figure it out, but once it was good to go, I've had almost no problems with it for 8 years. I got this PC almost 11 years ago, 11 years ago, and it's still going. But since the parts got upgraded, it's gone on for way past its service life. So yeah, I honestly suggest that people that are really invested into this stuff have to learn how to build their own stuff to get the most out of it. You know how to do the research versus a company that's going to try and sell you a part that is technically the same name as the one you requested, but it's a lower grade or quality, and so thus it's going to fry a lot faster. By the way, that is what a lot of companies have tried to do to me. They'll say, hey, you want this NVIDIA Quadro card? Hey, that's great. Here's the Quadro card. It's a K series, just what you need. Wait, did you say a K series? We're already up to the P series. Oh, they're basically the same thing. No, they're not. I know from the charts that have come out there. I know from the user reports. The K series is busted. You're trying to sell me a faulty piece. No, we wouldn't do that. You know, I think I will get my own parts and build this myself. That actually did happen. Very, very frustrating. Not much you can do about that if you're just buying a pre-built PC. Now, most pre-built PCs are going to be just fine. I do admit that. But if you want parts that are good and reliable, you really have to invest the same way that a car enthusiast would build his own would service his own car. Ugh, sleazy, yep, precisely. I only agree to the PC because Arudai was building it and he wanted me to stream and taking over the editing for him. That's why I have hobbies. I like needlepoint. Oh, very nice. I make sure to take one day offline, or mostly offline per week if I can. That is, again, very wise. Most people don't have that level of restraint. And truly, becoming terminally online is really is a terrible thing. I've seen it destroy people, being online constantly. There's a guy, I won't mention his name because there's a rare chance somebody knows who he is. And so that's why even like descriptions won't be passed on. But there's a guy who mentally lost it recently. Recently within like a couple of months, because I'm not going to pinpoint it. He went online and I saw his decline. And he was a guy that I was like, if I could, I would go over, I would yank the internet out of his house and remove most of the tech from his room and say, no, you're not touching this stuff again, because he had a psychotic breakdown. I have never seen that happen. I got to see it play out over several days, and there was nothing I could do. I'm stuck thousands of miles from him, and I have no idea where he is. So he can't go over and knock on the door and say, hey, are you okay? You don't even know who some of these people are, technically. But he had a meltdown, and it's like a case study for what can happen when you allow anger to take you over, and then suddenly you become a different person, and people don't even recognize you. It's a shame. Thankfully, a lot of people are waking up to that, and we are not as inclined to go down that path anymore, but because there are so many people that are aware. But even though we're aware, some people still end up in that trap. Needlepoint, though, that is a good side hobby to have. And honestly, one that has a lot of good applications. I kind of feel like a lot of people's hobbies have become kind of like what used to be considered work back in the day. I know people that they like to do woodworking. That used to be something you got employed for. And now it's become a side hobby because it's something that's down to earth. It's something that's real. And they can invest time and effort into it and really enjoy it. That's so depressing. Yeah, I'm still waiting to kind of find out what the end of the guy's story is, but I kind of have a bad feeling like it's not going to end well. And by the way, it's not the only time I've seen somebody have a breakdown. I saw a guy have a breakdown firsthand a couple of years ago. I looked at him and I thought for certain it was the last time I was going to see him. Thankfully, he recovered, but man, he got close to the edge. That's a real concern. You become so disconnected online. There's a guy that I know, both online and in real life. And he's a good fella, honestly, but man, is he struggling. And unfortunately, he's cutting himself off more and more from the real world, even though I know him in real life. And he's just becoming trapped. He's become discouraged and lonely. And darn it, it's so hard at times, because then it's like you know where to go to find him, and now he's not there anymore, and now you have to only find him online. Honestly, parents need to be more engaged in a lot of their kids' lives, especially early on, until they kind of get past some of the phases like that. Or people need to also be more intentional with friends, because friends are going to be able to give kind of like the warning sign when something's happening. I honestly should have spoken up more when I first saw him. Now it's really hard to try and get a hold of him. That's why I try to warn people to just stay offline. I'm normally a lurker, so most people don't even know when I'm watching a stream. You know, that's honestly a pretty good strategy. Stand by. I have to leave the window open because my apartment is a sauna. The people that live above me, to the left of me, and to the right of me turn up their heat, something fierce. And so I become like an oven, even though I never have to turn on my heat, and it could be freezing cold outside with the window open like right now. But there's no way to be able to get rid of the heat. There's just so much just saturating this area. I have a theory that one of the reasons movies are so dumbed down isn't because of laziness, but because social media killed people's attention spans, so they can't focus for longer than 5 minutes. You know, there's some truth in that. It's kind of interesting. I also think that that's one of the problems that are happening with a lot of fan films. People don't have very good attention spans, even if they can make a long fan film. What ends up happening is usually it's all action and it's very little story, because people don't have the patience for story. If we learn to have more patience and be able to sit down and absorb kind of the quiet moments of a story, a movie, a book, or whatnot, those are the parts that really can change us. The action is just like a roller coaster. It doesn't change you. It doesn't even take you anywhere. It brings you right back to the same point that you started. Yeah, I have a thermometer right next to me. I never have to turn on my heat in this place. It is 81 degrees with the windows open in Alaska. Ugh, golly. Maybe it's the fire that's in the background that's causing so much heat. Yeah. You know, one of the projects that I was working on, that'll be just fine. One of the projects I was working on a couple years back was caused my PC to just start to overheat. It was a series of renders, and it just became intolerably hot. And so what I would do is I would turn on my air conditioning and I would leave it running for about 2 hours beforehand. Then I would turn on the PC to actually do the renders, and then I would keep air circulating through the area during that time. Very, very uncomfortable. And the one thing I look forward to is one day having a new place, assuming the economy ever turns around, and get a chance to actually have like a dedicated render room where I can leave the PC, it can do its stuff, and I don't have to worry about it overheating in a room that is 81 degrees. Oh well. Now let's move on to the Jawa in the background now. Back when I was first getting started in streaming, I was doing a lot of roleplay for Red Dead. And during those streams, golly, those things, there was a lot of fun that happened during those. But I also learned something. Kind of similar to what was being mentioned about earlier about being terminally online and whatnot. A lot of people that you would encounter in the roleplay were terminally online. And so thus, you got thrown into drama when you really didn't want to have to deal with it. Some of it would permeate into the roleplay itself. And then you would kind of have to have breakdown sessions to kind of figure out what was going on and why things were becoming so chaotic. You were trying to tell a story and it's just not working. It was fun when it panned out, but man, the drama would just... It would travel from outside, and even if you tried to avoid it as much as you could, it would still permeate into the whole process, and it was obnoxious. I can't do the heat. I actually keep my place at 57 degrees Fahrenheit in winter. Maybe that's too cold. Not necessarily too cold. Yeah, it's a bit chillier than the average place. It's kind of typical temperatures up here. The average winter up here is around 20 to 30 degrees. And so when you're inside a house that, like I said, gets up to the 80s in the summer and in the winter, I don't like staying in my apartment. I do things during the evening, and I refuse to be here for much of the day because I just can't stand the heat. But yeah, out and about, it's mostly pleasant weather. Like right now, it is actually outside. It is exactly 57 degrees, actually. Wow. $57. Oh, now it says 54. Okay, must have just updated. Speaking of which, the weather outside has been changing quite a bit. Ooh, my kind of weather. Your kind of indoor weather. The weather has been changing up here. It has been a balmy 35% humidity. That's pretty high. Soon, it will be down to 30, and then 25. And then during the winter, it will get down to the teens. If you got hands that start to crack, better get some lotion on because you're going to be bleeding. But it is great in other ways. It is... I cannot stand high humidity. And what's also nice, food doesn't spoil as much. Things like paper and wood are easier to preserve. So some people hate the low humidity. Other people, it is wonderful. Because of that, you're able to step outside and it doesn't feel as cold as it would somewhere else. If I was in Ohio and it got down to 0 degrees, that would be the equivalent of -20 up here in Alaska. So if it's 0 degrees up here, you sometimes don't even need a coat. I mean, granted, you don't want to stay outside for the entirety without coats, but you're able to go about your business without a coat and not freeze. I used to work at Disney for the summer internship project that they had. Program. I say project program. That took place back in 2012, 2013, and it was the only time where I could be in a place that had high humidity and I didn't feel like I was going to die. It was beautiful weather, and I hate hot weather. But yet that weather down there was beautiful just because we always had a thunderstorm that rolled through and cooled down the land. You just had to make it to about 3 o'clock, and then the land just got wonderful. Of all the places I've lived, Florida is one of the best experiences for climate, and I never, ever would have thought that. I've had bleeding hands from cracking, but it's better than walking outside and the humidity makes it feel like you're swimming in the air. Indeed. Summer has been gross here in Ohio for humidity. Yeah. You have my pity there, Wolfie. Like I've mentioned before, I went to school in Ohio, and so of all the weather I have experienced, Ohio was my least favorite. I love the joke where it's the astronaut who is sitting on his suitcase and pointing his finger up as a hitchhiker and saying, "Ohio, what is the problem that makes so many of your citizens want to become astronauts?" Because Ohio has the record still for number of astronauts, if I understand correctly. Up until at least like a couple of years ago, that was still true. But the majority of them were from Ohio. Now, granted, it was also because a lot of people were living in Ohio who actually had like the proper education for flight and whatnot to become astronauts, but we're forgetting that. We just want them to think that they're trying to leave the Earth because they can't stand Ohio. Speaking of the hands bleeding from dryness, my second job was Target. Why does everyone seem to hate Ohio, says Chrysanth. I'm in the boony swamps of New Jersey, but everyone hates Ohio. Let's describe Ohio here for a moment. Ohio, at least for some of us. Now, I know there's people who love Ohio. Like I said, I went to school there, and man, there are a lot of people who absolutely love their state. But here's the problem for me. Ohio is a central location of the country. You have massive cities in all directions. You have farm fields, you have schools galore. But it's in the middle of all the action. A lot of people will leave Ohio to try and go and do things. So that means you're kind of isolated. you're in a location that has massive thunderstorms, terrible tornadoes. There was a time when I was in Ohio and we saw on the news that a tree had just been picked up, moved 100 feet and just smashed into a person's house, and the tree now looked like it was growing out of it. There's things like that that make people dislike the weather. The humidity is terrible. The allergies, oh my goodness, some of the worst allergies I've ever had are in Ohio. It is bitterly cold. Alaska winters seem balmy by comparison because the humidity is so high. Bugs galore. You have to deal with a lot of really, in some locations, some really kooky people that make it very difficult to kind of connect with the region. Now, all these things you could say are a bit trivial. Some people are going to say, well, that's completely ridiculous, that's all on you. And in some ways I would say yes, but at the same time, a lot of people have had the same sort of experiences. One of those things will make you dislike the state. A lot of people will experience multiple of them and really come to dislike the state. It's kind of like if I went down to Orlando. I'd say, look, the weather's beautiful. The region is exciting. There's all sorts of things to do. But man, the humidity's super high. Oh, I hate Florida. That's one thing to get frustrated with. Oh, Alaska's beautiful. And the winter's a little cold, but it's wonderful. I love the activities. I love the people. But you know what? You're kind of isolated in the middle of nowhere. I hate Alaska. You come to Ohio, people usually hate 2 or 3 things simultaneously, which makes them despise Ohio. So, hopefully that makes sense. That makes sense. Perfect. I didn't know where that, if that illustration was going to work well, but at least the information was communicated. So the cracked hands. So I worked at a couple of interesting jobs. And one of them was Target. It was my second job. And the reason why it was interesting wasn't the fact that I worked at Target. It was the fact that I worked at a Target where the manager hated me. And so it created for some very interesting stories. And so I was tasked one Christmas to put up all the Christmas trees. So you have all the fake trees that they want to have presented for people to buy and whatnot. Well, no one wanted to do that process. I thought, that's weird. Why does no one want to do this task? It seems productive. It seems actually kind of enjoyable because you're troubleshooting rather than just being a mindless drone. You get a chance to really be creative with it. And so I was actually looking forward to it. I thought, okay, cool. I get to go and work on the Christmas trees. Well, I found out very soon why people hated it. After my second tree, I pulled out my hands and I noticed they were smeared in blood. I was like, ugh, that looks horrible. And I was looking at my hands trying to figure out how come they were so cut up. Well, turns out the needles on the fake trees are just thin enough to where if your hands are just a slight bit dry, it's like getting 1,000 paper cuts. I went to clean my hands and I realized I had hundreds of tiny cuts that were bleeding all over the place. This is my second tree out of 40 that I had to put up. I went to the back and asked, hey, do you guys have work gloves? Because got a problem. And he said, work gloves? We can't be giving employees work gloves. That costs money. I thought blood was kind of, a good reason to have gloves, but okay, fine. Very well. We'll find another way to do this. So I went out to the Christmas tree boxes and looked at what my tools were. And I realized that I had 2 really handy pieces of equipment. There was a bunch of plastic wrapping from the Christmas tree that it had all the parts had been in. And I had rolls and rolls of duct tape. So I made makeshift work gloves out of the duct tape and the plastic. And so it was pretty awful looking. But you know what? I stopped cutting my hands. My manager came by and got furious that I had such a very unsightly bit of gear on my hands, and they said, "You can't be doing that. That's against like policy for the company." By the way, it doesn't take long for knowing me to know that I hate it whenever someone says policy says, because whenever they say policy, it means that somebody somewhere caused them a nightmare for their legal team. And so thus they made a policy to control people. So anyway, there I was with my fake gloves and with my handmade gloves. And I held up my hand, took off the glove and showed the blood. And I said, "You have a choice. You can either have blood on your Christmas trees or I can wear this." The manager turned around and walked off. Freaking bureaucracy. I won't go into the story tonight, but man, there is a story of how this caused problems down at Disney. And I've had some really tough times at work, and I don't say that to try and get sympathy for. I more want to say it than that. I've seen a very dark side of a lot of these businesses, and it made me very frustrated. It didn't make me a very good employee, but it made me somebody who you kind of want to have standing up for you when something goes wrong, because I've gotten to see how nasty some of these people can get. But anyway, it was a good lesson about how you got to be innovative sometimes if your hands are, dry and cracking. And I went back to college, and there was another time when I didn't have gloves, and I remembered doing that. I was like, okay, whip out the tape, whip out some plastic, and there we go, good to go. Showed him, yep, precisely. Just stay off the roads in the summer. Tourists, oh yeah, for New Jersey. New Jersey is stupid expensive and overcrowded, but we get 4 seasons and the mountains are gorgeous. I actually can agree. I lived in New Jersey for just a year. I actually have a brother-in-law that's from New Jersey. It is actually a really nice state in terms of its beauty. But yeah, it is super overcrowded. And yes, as you said, stupid expensive. That was like when I went to college and we had to use fiberglass as a filter in lab. And I went to grab some and had fiberglass on my hands for days. Ooh. I know that feeling. So up here in Alaska, in order to know where the road ends, some people will put in these orange rods out into the snow, and it will mark the boundary lines of the road. Well, sometimes a road scraper comes along and goes over it and strips off the plastic coating. I didn't know it was inside. I thought it was wood. And so I go up to grab one and I pick it up and I peel my hands back and I see all these shards sticking out. They're fiberglass. The entire rod is fiberglass. And I was like, what idiot decided that they needed fiberglass instead of wood? I went back and got out. My parents lived in the area, and so I went and got their stethoscope. I think that's the name of it. And zoomed in and used tweezers to pull out all the shards that I could. And I used tape to get off the rest of it. And my hand ached for days after that. So yeah, fiberglass, ugh, do not want to do that. There's a couple places I have not been to. And some of them I really wish I could have seen more. One of those areas is New England, New York, kind of as a whole. My family avoided it for the most part when we would travel. And so I got to see only one really beautiful fall, but it was when I was really young, and so I don't really remember it all that well. So I've seen the photos of how beautiful the falls can get over there, and it's a lot more so than when you get up here in Alaska. For us, fall happens towards the end. Well, actually, it started right now, and it will go on till the end of September, and then we get to October, and winter has officially begun. And so by time Halloween usually runs around, you are trekking around in snow boots from building to building for all these kids. And so then it is kind of funny to see that take place. You see all these people wanting to dress up for Halloween going around the streets, and they're all bundled up and they all have the same attire. It's Alaskan winter attire. It's like, great. What are you going to be, little kid? Oh, I'm a pirate. And they got a overcoat on, so you can't tell what it is they're actually wearing, but because they're all bundled up because their parents don't want them to freeze. That reminds me, there was a Halloween a couple years ago where I was having to sit outside of the door, and it was so cold. And I had the bucket of candy for kids, and I had on my winter gear, and it just was not cutting it. We had something that is called hoarfrost, if you're familiar with that. Hoarfrost is when the moisture in the air is high enough to where ice crystals grow to enormous sizes. So rather than just have frost, it will become about an inch long crystals. It is beautiful. And by the way, it's actually kind of tasty if you want to lick it. Pure, clear water that you get from it. It is phenomenal. And when the sun comes on the hoarfrost, it glistens like it is from a fairy tale. Some of the most beautiful sights I've ever seen is just down the street, just because of where the mountains are and how big the frost gets. If you ever seen the Chronicles of Narnia, people like to mention that the world up here looks like Narnia in winter. It is fantastic. Not a lot of tourists get to see that, though. They come up here for the summer, and they don't usually stay around for the winter. Ironically, same with the raspberry bushes. I picked one without realizing it had a stick. They covered my hands, and I had to use tape to remove them all. Oh, yes. I've not had to deal with raspberry bushes a whole lot. I do remember doing that as a kid. Had to deal with blackberry bushes, but those, at least for me, were not very bad. That's one of the great things of Alaska, is that there's berries everywhere. So people will just go up on the mountain and collect berries as they want. Of course, you have to share it with a bear, and so you don't want to be grabbing the berries if a bear is in the area munching on it. But for the most part, you're in the clear. We've gotten ice storms with the trees were coated and the sun glistens off of them. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about. There was a mountain pass that we drove up into. It was in the Appalachians. As we entered into the area, we noticed that the ice was about a couple centimeters thick. It was, all the trees are bent over and their branches just hanging. They all looked like weeping willows. Every last tree, because they were so heavy. And we just pulled over, turned off the car, rolled down the windows, and listened. And it was like bells everywhere. Which, by the way, if you've ever been to Europe, they have church bells that ring all the time. It is lovely. It sounded like that. And that was just ice on wood. That's one nice thing about Alaska is that we get the hoarfrost, but we don't get to have that sort of experience. That is very much an East Coast sort of thing. It's too dry out here on the West Coast for something like that. Man, now I miss the bells of Europe. One of my favorite pieces of Christmas music is by Roger Whittaker, and it's the song Ding Dong Merrily on High. Not necessarily because of the lyrics, but because the song opens up with the bells of Europe. I lived in Europe for many, many years. In fact, my first culture shock was when I came back to the States. And I realized, dang, America's weird. But now Europe is the one that's weird. It's a shame. It was so lovely back then. By the way, the drawing for tonight is kind of based off of the old Star Wars DroidWorks game. And that's where I kind of figured I would put some backstory for the character. I don't know if the character actually was ever with Jawas. I didn't really get a whole lot of backstory when I was listening to the stream. Maybe there was some, but I didn't hear it. So I'm just doing it as this, showing as if he got shot and turned into scrap for a scene maybe in the future. Or maybe it's something in the past. I don't know, but decided that the scene looked interesting enough to try and create. Things have changed so much. Absolutely. So, Chrysanth, have you ever gone traveling? Or have you been in New Jersey for the majority of your life? I spent a lot of time traveling. I've been in Alaska, of course. I've been in Florida, Ohio, Illinois, New Jersey, Arkansas, Kansas, Alabama, Germany, Japan. Every place has something good that you can learn from, that you can appreciate. Everything's got struggles that you can learn from and avoid. When I was in Ohio, though, I did notice there were a lot of people who had never been 10 miles from their home. I thought, 10 miles? How is that even possible? Like, everything's in town. Why do we need to go anywhere? And these are kids at college. I was like, but you're at college and you still are 10 miles from your home? Yeah, we're just down the street. You've never been 10 miles from your home. Yeah, what's the big deal? I didn't even think people like that were even around the US, and lo and behold, here I was going to a place where multiple students actually had that sort of experience. Travel's not for everybody, I do realize that. But I did find it kind of interesting how sheltered some of the students were. I found Alaskans that are kind of in a similar sort of boat. But Alaskans, I mean, where are you going to go? You have to get on a plane to really go anywhere. I went to Dallas Fan Expo last year, and that was the first time I was on a plane. Oh, really? I'm very much a boring homebody. I'm not that bad. Yes, indeed. Must have been something. My first plane flight was when I was far too young to remember. In fact, my first car trip was literally like 6 weeks after I was born. My very first memory is from driving in a car from the place of my birth to my dad's next duty station. And that's my first memory, is waking up in the car and suddenly having like this moment of where my memory kicks in. And also the first plane flight, but I became a very good at flying on planes early on in life because it happened right at the start. So I don't know what it's like for somebody to have done their first plane flight in their adulthood. I do know some people, they can't stand flying. It makes them too unnerved. I can understand that. I can respect that. For me, I've flown way too much to be that overcome with concern for it, but I actually met somebody recently who had not flown a day in his life. He drove everywhere. And I was like, wow, that's actually commendable. I didn't think it was anything bad. Wolfie says, I like the Southwest the best, Arizona. You know, the Southwest is a little too dry for me. A little too, like Anakin would probably agree, there's too much sand out there. No, I have seen some beautiful things in Arizona. Now, I didn't get to be there more than a little bit, but I have seen the photos. I know people that go there and they love it. So I can completely concur with that, even though I myself might not be the one going down to it. My dad is too scared to fly. I learned that I fell asleep. I learned that I fell asleep 5 minutes after takeoff. So your first plane flight. Chris Ann's like, yes, I'm getting to travel. I'm getting to fly all over the place. Oh, look, we're taking off and... Oh, we just landed. Oh, golly. Well. I do wonder, though, what... There's sometimes where I really don't want to fly anymore, though. I will say that. Alaska's fairly stable. We have terrible weather up here, so all of our pilots learn to be really good at what they do. Very few times that something's going to happen. Still can happen, but very, very rare. That was exactly what happened. Hey, you know what? I understand. Some people, they can't sleep on a plane. Other people fall asleep immediately. If I fall asleep, I'm tall enough to where my neck always gets messed up. The headrest is like, you can't do anything. I tried taking a pillow with me once. I was like, nope, not even going to risk it. And so sometimes where I have fallen asleep and it still hurts just something fierce. I'm like, I got to make sure to always stay awake on a plane flight just for my own well-being. Honestly, I was more nervous about getting through the headache of the airport that I was too nervous about than I was nervous about flying. Hey, I can understand that. There's a lot of people, they cannot stand airports. I love airports. If I had a choice, I would actually stay in an airport for days. I know, it is very, very odd. I don't know very many people that would say that. But for me, it's kind of like the people back in the olden days where they would get like fascinated with traveling by ship, because it's a sense of adventure and you get a chance to see all sorts of fascinating people. You don't get that if in just any place in this world, and you see it mostly at a place of travel, like an airport. People watching, absolutely. I have spent hours upon hours watching people. You know, there's a lot of life lessons to be had when you watch people. Some lessons that you're never going to get anywhere else. And there was a time where that happened. Actually, I need to lower the brush width for this character back here. Skek is just a little too detailed for that brush size. There we go. One of the things that I've learned while traveling at airports is that there are some people that are there's some people that are on their journeys for vacation. There's some that are dealing with terrible experiences, and you can kind of overhear some of it. And sure, you're not technically supposed to listen in on people's conversations, but I listen in on a lot of them because I'm kind of curious what their life story is. Not because I want to try and mock or ridicule them, but I want to learn their circumstances. There was a couple of people that I got to interact with on a trip. And, you know, it's kind of interesting. I don't typically try and preserve contacts that I make at places like an airport. I kind of wish I did, but I have not. And there's sometimes like that where I kind of wish I had some sort of contact with them because I kind of get curious about where their life story has gone from here. There's other times where you'll see a celebrity and it's like, ooh, you're playing, you're trying to be undercover because they got their hat on, they got glasses on, and you see them from the side and you're like, you know, I think I know you, but you don't want to interact with them because you don't want to harass them. Well, typically there's some people that they would harass anyway. But if you're a sensible traveler, you're like, no, let them deal with what they're dealing with. Don't hound them. They're trying to be undercover. Oh, that reminds me. So when I was at Disney, we were told, like, hey, if you see a celebrity, do not reach out to them. Don't speak with them. Just kind of ignore them. And I was like, how often are these people going to be coming by? Oh, all the time. Well, I never really encountered them. I was at a store that no celebrity wanted to really go to. We were in the middle of the park, and celebrities hate going to the middle of the park. They stay on the outside, behind the walls that people can't get to. But there was one time where I had a friend who was working at a ride, and he showed up one day at like the lunchroom and mentioned, "You won't believe who I just saw." It's like, okay, what happened? And he's like, we just had a malfunction to our ride. Everyone vacated the premises, or we got through all the people, and we closed down the area. And after a few moments, along comes Michael Phelps in one of the cars of the rides, and he just goes off. It's like, no. So that's how they get him in. So they put him on a secret loading area and then wheel them onto the track. But I think if we come across celebrities a lot, or famous people a lot more often than we realize, they're just undercover. Now, if you're up here in Alaska, then it's actually far more common. I went down to the coffee shop one day. I raised my head up, and lo and behold, there's our Alaska representative to the Congress. Like, oh, fancy seeing that person there. He just came in, waved at everyone, said, "Hey, how's it going?" This was Don Young before he passed. And it was actually a few days before he passed, too. But I got to see him just at the coffee shop. Walked in out of the blue. But it's kind of a no big deal up here in Alaska. We have a lot of folks that we see up here that are all across Alaskan news. And so, while maybe they stand out to us, they maybe wouldn't stand out to just the average person. Did you ever spend time in LA? Says Wolfie. To visit relatives, yes. For work, no. I avoided the place like the plague. I knew many students who got out of college, went to LA, and their life fell apart. LA is incredibly destructive to people's careers. You have to be on the ground level for a lot of the things out there. When I thought about places to go, I was asked many times, "Are you going to LA?" I was like, "Nope." And people are like, "You're going to ruin your career if you don't go out there." Well, I'd rather ruin my career than have to compromise like some of the students I knew. Granted, you can make it out in LA without compromising, but it does get very difficult for some things. Let me explain. There is an animation studio that I was looking at trying to get involved with. Now, I have since forgotten their name because I put into several, but one of the things that they required is that you had to work on a horror story before they would allow you to work on family entertainment. It's like, why? It's like, oh, it's harder to get people for these side projects, and it's really easy to get folks for the family stuff. But you want me to work on horror content when I want to work on family content. Now, yep, we don't want to. We want you to be loyal to the company. How about loyal to a conscience? Loyal to my faith. What made it worse is that they claimed to be Christian. Claimed to be. I was like, you know, I looked at some of the stuff, and by the way, it got even worse than that. I won't go into all the details, but it was something where I was like, you guys are making what? Oh yeah, but we're also making this story about the life of one of the apostles. Yeah, but on the other side, you're making things that are really dark. I cannot stand dark content. I've actually turned down quite a few projects because it gets too dark. Because I'm somebody who believes you can get... that there's a lot of people that don't need darkness in their life. And if you make content that is about darkness, sometimes you can get people stuck in the darkest corners of their heart, and their soul starts to have all sorts of struggles. I won't go into the story again right now because, it's a long one, but I did know somebody where he got very close to, I came very close to losing a friend because of the content that he was watching, because it was so dark. So I've always been careful about when people want you to work on dark material, because you never know what it's being used for and who's going to be hurt in the process. And I believe wholeheartedly that there's a lot of entertainment that hurts people. And we're like, oh no, it's all entertainment. It's not going to hurt anybody. Don't be so ridiculous. Yeah, well, I've seen the people who've gotten hurt. I got to listen to their life story. I had to try and talk someone down off of making a terrible decision. So yeah, I'm going to be paranoid about that. Maybe not the average person, but I'm going to be paranoid about it because I have seen that side. But man, it robs you of a lot of opportunities. But it's better to be robbed of opportunities than go down that path. I met Peter Chris without realizing it at the grocery store, was like chatting with a nice old man. Turned out to be the original drummer of Kiss. Oh, very nice. Life is funny. But is it dad joke funny? It's always the claimed Christians, yeah. Well, what I didn't realize is that a lot of Christian production houses have to get started doing the horror stuff. It's a real shame, honestly. Real shame. Dad jokes aren't, but they are, Chrysanth. They are. They're clean, good humor. Now, I'll tell you what was bad humor. I was at college, and there were some students who were introducing me to some of the modern humor that was really starting to go around. And they all had a punchline, and the punchline was to tear down somebody. And it was always secretive. And I noticed after a while some of the people that they were targeting. And I realized after a while, most of them were targeted actually to some of the more awkward members of the circle. At first it was like, oh, good humor, haha, yep. That sure sounds like Joe Schmo over there. Yeah, it's hilarious. And then I realized, wait a minute, these people actually believe it. They're saying it more and more often. And then the shroud fell away. And suddenly they became openly, like, just saying it in ridiculing manners. That's when I started realizing, some humor out there, some humor can actually be detrimental. There is an area in scripture that mentions about to avoid people that say, oh, I was only joking. And I always wondered why. Why would that area be in scripture? It wasn't until I saw that I thought, oh, that's starting to make more sense. Because a lot of times if we say, oh, I was only joking, it means that there was something true in that joke. And you don't realize it until suddenly somebody snaps. And I got to see that happen, and I was like, well, I'm going to be careful about jokes in the future. Sometimes I still tell a joke that's like, isn't taken the right way, and unfortunately those are the ones that usually have an unintended dual reference in our modern culture. Thanks, modern culture, for ruining some very commonly used English words. Dad jokes are good, clean humor. Oh no, are clean, good humor questionable? No. I guess you'll just have to learn one day to appreciate it. Maybe through its absence, you'll learn to appreciate it. There was a time where I was with a couple of streamers. I've actually been in a couple circles at this point. And there was one group that somebody was doing the type of mocking joking that I mentioned about earlier. And it was all about trying to joke about tearing down somebody. And they said, oh, well, of course, we don't really mean it. And then we found out that they actually did mean it. And the person that they were targeting ended up getting horribly mistreated later on, to the point of where he actually refused to ever join them ever again. He just cut off ties entirely. But the thing was, everybody was shocked when he did this, but I wasn't, because he actually came to me and mentioned about what had happened. And so I've had a couple of times where people have come out of the blue and I'm like, why was I placed in this place during this time? And it's for moments like that, I think I was placed in locations either to learn or to try and be able to stand up for somebody. And that was a time where I got a chance to try and stand up for somebody, and I was ineffective. And so the guy got horribly mistreated verbally, and he finally said, like, why am I even interacting with these people? They hate me. It's like, well, but the people that are watching don't necessarily hate you. It's like, yeah, but these people hate me. And he was just like, I don't want to be around them ever again. He was somebody that was happy to be part of the jokes because he thought they were giving him in good humor. He thought that people still cared about him. It wasn't until later on that he was like, dang, they actually do mean this. And it took us all kind of by surprise. And granted, not everyone thought that way, but enough people did to where he was like, I don't ever want to see them again. I never want to see any one of you guys ever again. It's a shame. He was a good fella, honestly, and I still have I still have the ability to get in contact with him, but I don't want to harass him. I don't want to, if somebody reaches out, I have no problem reaching back, but there's some people I'm like, I need to just let them kind of go through life, and when there's an opportunity in the future to interact, then I'll do that. He's one of those people where I'll keep that contact information, and I will probably try and reach out to him after a couple more months or years have passed, and I find out that everything's like all good to go for him. Being caring about one another. It is something that online spaces don't tend to do. I've gotten to see a lot of that darkness of that, and I cringe at the fact that some people can be online so long that they kind of forget how to be civil to one another, which is one of the reasons why during these streams we always end off with the phrase, be civil to one another. Because it's the one thing I've noticed lacking from almost every corner of the web. That's understandable. I poke fun at people normally to show I like them. If I'm very cautious in how I speak to you, that's normally a sign I'm not comfortable. That's understandable. And honestly, that's kind of more normal than what most people online tend to be. It's mostly just trying to do a quick comment on something in the moment. That's a shame. Learning when to cut back is a talent that is becoming rare and rare. Thankfully, a lot of people seem to be waking up to it. That's one of the reasons why I've actually really appreciated the interactions I've had with the Rude Eye, is that he understands that side of things. There's a lot of people in this world that don't. Whole lot. There's a friend of mine, a friend now, but he wasn't a friend when I knew him years ago. You never know who is going to become a friend and who's going to become, I won't say necessarily an enemy, because that kind of takes things a little too far in my opinion, but who's going to become agitating to you over time. There's a person that I knew where I did have that sort of animosity with him. And one day, he reached out to me out of the blue. I had not heard a word from him in years. And he actually had an apology to mention about. And so I listened to him, and because at first I was like, I don't really want to talk to you because we had some bad blood with that. And he's like, okay, I'll listen. And he had an apology, and he also had opportunity to tell me his story. And it suddenly made a lot of sense why we had so many problems. And a lot of them were not things that were necessarily related to him or me. It was the fact that he was dealing with struggles in life that came out of him in very bad ways. And so sometimes people that you cut off, it might not be for very good reasons. It might be for something that they're struggling with and they need you as kind of a friend for that. And so while I'm not necessarily saying that you should always blindly be as kind as possible to everyone, you are supposed to have a level of courtesy. The web does not allow us to do that very well. And man, if I could change that about the web, I would. So frustrating. So very, very frustrating. Yeah, I poke a rude eye, but at the end of the day, he's a good man and a good friend, and he has my back during quite a few bad times. That is indeed good. There was actually a time where he reached out to me a couple of years ago. And yes, he is indeed a good fella. He's one of the only folks that I interact with from the past. And I don't say that lightly. He has shown his true colors, which honestly is commendable. Usually when you see people's true colors, it doesn't go so well. And he has done very well. God, I just realized it's like 3 a.m. for you, Chrysanth. I do realize I'm also a lot of people when they come around the streams is usually because of night owls. We used to have about 10 people that were like, they would wake up at like 1 or 2 in the morning to get their day started. And so that became one of the most common, some of the most common people to join the streams during those times. About ready to swap over to my phone and settle in. Well, hopefully you rest well, and hopefully you dream of dad jokes. Oh wait, no, that'd probably be a nightmare. But I will say, of the people I've met online, I have come across a large number of people who are dealing with a lot of really severe things. And I won't necessarily pass on to those things to folks, but it is something where I have noticed a lot of issues that people have been dealing with. And Wolfing Night Owl, yes, precisely. You said the joke before I could. Oh, hey, yes. Takes too long to type it. But one of the guys that I got to meet online through some of these streams. Sometimes you come across somebody and they're here for just one time and they disappear. There's a lot of people I think about because they mention like they're going through issues and then you never see them again. And you wonder, are they okay? Did they ever pan out? Did their life ever improve? and you have no idea. It's all a mystery. All that to say, whenever you see somebody as having an issue online, be the voice of kindness that they lack, and be the ear that they desperately need. Don't just blindly do that for everybody, because there might be tricksters out there, and I have encountered that before. But man, we just need a way to do true, real community building again. And ideally, that happens through your local area. Every one of us has the chance to make a difference in our local community. And interestingly enough, you're going to have a lot more impact trying to change something locally than trying to change something nationally. You can vote for change. It doesn't change the fact that you need to bring about the change personally, firsthand, in your own town, in your own family, in your own friend circles. And you never know. People could be going through something and will never say a word. Exactly. Exactly. Sometimes they talk to you out of the blue and it's like, I did not realize that you were dealing with that. But man, the chance of that happening, very, very rare. Hey, greetings, Jersey. How you doing? What size of brush do you normally use for line art? Between 2 and 3. Some people go with 1. I think that's a little too small. 2 or 3 is the ideal. It does depend on the canvas, but typically you want 1. But here's one of the benefits. You have a tool right here, the line width tool. You can correct it by going over it. And let's change these lines. So right now this is a 2. Let's change it to a 10 and let's see what happens. Bit of a problem, isn't it? Well, one of the great things is that you can use a thicken tool, and you can just thicken it a little bit. So you make some areas a little bit thicker, some areas a little bit thinner. I like to do that. So if you go with a smaller brush, it gives you the ability to apply some thickness in some areas versus just trying to get it perfect the first time. Never noticed these tools? Well, hopefully now you got a chance to use it. Jeff, any advice for someone who has an empty life? Yes. Yes, I do, actually. You know, when I was traveling overseas, oh, that's a nice tool I can type. Indeed. Doesn't work on raster layers too. No, only vector layers. This is why we mentioned about the other day that you want to go with vector layers. So anyway, overseas, empty life. I was at an art camp, and one of the things that we started with is we had to go around and mention about things that were going well and things that were going bad. And they just want to see where everyone was. And we went around the room, and every one of the kids at the time mentioned that they were bitter and angry. I miss my friends. I hate Germany, which we were in Germany at the time. I hate Germany. I don't understand anybody. The culture's weird. The food tastes weird. By the way, the food tastes delicious. I can't stand the polka music everywhere we go. Yes, I love polka music. But there was a lot of grievances. A lot of them that made a lot of sense. A lot of them that kind of didn't. But every one of these things came out of these students. Every last one of them said, I hate this. I hate my parents for bringing me over here. I hate that this is all kind of falling apart. I just want to go back to my friends. I can guarantee you, every one of those kids didn't have those friends to go back to, the sense of drive and that made them want to go back home. Now, it doesn't necessarily address what you're referring to, but I wanted to start up with this because I think it's important, because I think this is where a lot of people get started. Why am I not surprised that you like polka? I was the only kid that said, you know, I love my parents. I enjoyed Germany. I feel like I'm here for a reason. And I want to know what that reason is so I can be able to kind of help out my country and help out those that are living here. I was the only one out of all the students who said that. And the teachers looked at me and said, no, you can tell us the truth. You tell us how terrible it is. It's like, no, it's not terrible. But don't you miss your friends? I don't have friends. And I wasn't even joking by that. It was like, my family was my friends. Do people come into your life? Absolutely. Do you really enjoy your friends? Absolutely. But you know what? Friends will come and go. And some of them will return. But your family's stuck with you, and you might as well learn to make friends with them. But I mentioned about that because every one of us had could either have an agitation to something that was happening in life or something that drove us forward. A while later, I got to see this kind of play out when people were mentioning at college about feeling aimless. Now, I didn't feel necessarily aimless. I kind of felt a bit embittered. I hated college. College was a terrible experience for me, but I didn't feel aimless. There were a lot of students that did feel aimless. They didn't have the sense of purpose that I kind of felt like I had, even though it's debatable if it was real purpose. But every one of them was trying to find something to fill a hole in their life. Either it was an emotion, kind of like what the students overseas were dealing with, or whether it was a sense of career and drive, like the students at college. Sometimes our life feels empty is because we're not finding somebody to contribute and be a part of, to be able to become engaged with. Let me put it this way. An empty life many times is because we need the opportunity to help one another. It is an important part of our life to be able to minister to one another, to be able to help one another when we are in trouble. I have met people that have no job and no fancy degrees, no nothing, but they feel alive and important. And the one thing that they have that no one else does, they are always giving of themselves. The most important thing is to give of yourself, and you will start to find meaning coming into what feels like an empty life. The world wants us to feel kind of trapped, imprisoned, bitter, angry, lonely. When you have to help another, it changes your mindset. If you help out and volunteer with stuff, it gives you something to look forward to. Something that you're not trying to impress a boss over. Something you're not trying to scrape out a living. It gives you something where you can feel like you're contributing to something that you're passionate about. The people that I see that are the most happy are the people that are volunteering, the people that have large families, the people that have a sense of community. And every one of these things the culture has attacked and torn down. I have met a whole lot of people that feel aimless, a lot of people that feel empty. I myself have had those times, and I find that the number one thing across all of them is a lack of community, a lack of purpose coming from a lack of care. even if it's something small, it can help out tremendously. The most fun I have ever had, the most fulfilled that I've ever been, are times where I get a chance to help others. That doesn't always happen. Right now, I'm kind of in a bit of a lull right now. It's not happening. I can feel a bit frustrated with a lot of projects because I kind of feel like I've focused on them rather than on helping others. The most meaning I've felt is when I have the chance to contribute to community and to be able to assist and help people in their time of need. That's going to look different for each person. I will definitely say that. But just know this. Empty lives are not anything to be... The feeling of emptiness is not something to be shamed. It's not something to be ridiculed. I see it as like a prompting of the spirit to kind of help you drive forward. To kind of help you feel like there is something that is not material that you need to invest into. By the way, why did I say that it's important to invest into people? Because here's the thing. We are told not to store up treasures for ourselves here on this earth. We're told to store up for ourselves treasures in heaven. What's the only thing in this world that you can take with you? It's not money. It's not this very fancy tablet I get to draw on. It's not my collection of movies. I don't get any of that stuff. The one thing I get to take with me are the people that I get to interact with and minister with. Those are the only things we get to take from this earth. Other souls. Not every one of us is cut out for ministry, but every one of us does have the ability to form community and to be a help to those around us. Hopefully that answers the question. Hopefully it gives some ideas, whether it's yourself or someone that you know. Emptiness is quite common nowadays, says Chrysanth. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't know at what point it's going to start changing. But I do know this. It's going to change when every one of us in our own local community starts to change. And it will not change nationally necessarily. It will happen locally. Because I wish very much that I could be able to change community through online. There's been times where I have tried. I have tried my darndest, and sometimes it works. Most of the time it doesn't. Because online is incredibly temporary. We have had probably around 400 or 500 people that have come and gone in the chat. 400 to 500 people over the years. And I'm not saying like when we got rid, no, I don't count that. The people that stayed, 400 to 500 people. I don't even know who most of their names are. And I realized that my desire to want to try and help community, I realized it doesn't really do as much as I would like. Because most people online are temporary. All I can do is try and be a voice of reason in guidance, if it ever works. And for people to take it to their own life, to their own community, and be able to start forging relationships and opportunities that way. I can't change other communities. I can only be someone to give some ideas based upon my own life experiences. It's up to every one of us to make that difference. And together, we can be able to change the country by changing it a little bit here and a little bit there. I agree. I think there might be an unseen energy that is experienced by proximity. Indeed. I can say it's the spirit moving among us. There's a lot of places online where they will say, hey guys, we're a community, man, we're a family. And they're all so excited to be able to have you here. And yeah, you better be putting out that donation and whatnot so we can be able to interact with you and things like that. This is community. Flee those places. Flee those places. They are not community. They're exploiting people's isolation. They're exploiting their loneliness. They're exploiting their frustrations. And you never know who you're accidentally hurting in your pursuit for fake community. On that note, if you're on a platform where you can either like or dislike the stream, feel free to do either. Not because I necessarily need that sort of support. I just want to know whether you're flesh and blood or a bot. That's the real reason. I'm never going to get monetized over here on YouTube. I'm barely monetized over on Rumble, and I refused to get monetized over on Twitch after they did all that nonsense with the ads. You're not going to affect me any way, shape, or form if you try and like or dislike. My income isn't impacted that way. All I care is that you're flesh and blood. And bots tend not to do that. I'm going to leave, then I'm going to leave this going so you get the watch hours, but we'll be gathering some shut-eye. Have a good night, all. Same to you, Chrysanth. Much appreciated. Rest well. Be civil to those around you. We'll see you next time, whenever that is. Blessings to you and your family. Nothing wrong with being non-organic, though. But there's a time and place for that. I will say that. There's sometime, but you have to say it with humor and a bit of comedy. You have to be able to help people to not feel like they're being cattle. I can guarantee you, I heard directly from a large streamer who will remain nameless that they do view people as cattle. That was the term that was used. I gotta get myself some more water. It is dry out here. You know, I think I'm not going to be doing the... Well, I'm not thinking. I'm not going to be doing the Fortnite by tonight. Didn't get far enough on this, and honestly, kind of got lost in the discussion points, and so we're not going to do that. Besides the fact, the Fortnite stuff really hasn't been a main focus in a long time, and I think it's for the best. But it is something where I'd still like to do some of that to give people an opportunity to interact on stream. We just haven't had a whole lot of that in the past few weeks, and so I think it's fun that it kind of gets passed over for tonight. By the way, folks, I look forward to getting to share some of the stuff from Castercraft with you very soon. I have a parable that I'm going to be sharing in a few days. It has been a lot of fun to create. It has been a bit of soul-searching to try and do, and hopefully people enjoy it. If not, then I understand it's not going to be for everybody. But hopefully it is something where people get a chance to read it and kind of see maybe some life parallels that can be gleaned from it. That should come out very soon. What tool should I use to change the vector line art color in some parts so it matches the base color next to it? That is a very good question. There's a couple of ways you can do that. One of them is you can be able to come in and be able to just create your vector line art with different colors. You can do that. Now, there is a bit of a problem, and that is trying to correct it. So one of the things you can do is you can be able to try and go over it later on, but it does cause problems. There's another method that I have found that works out just as good. So let me make the screen a little bit smaller. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new layer. So right now we're looking at the character layer right now. We have a raster layer over top of the vector. The raster layer is going to be using this thing right here, clip to layer below. So if you see it on the screen, it's right here. If I come over with a brush, let's say we want to change these lines to be kind of a greenish color for the character. I can come in and now paint over top of the lines to be able to color the character. That's one way of doing it. There is another way, and this one is actually probably the better method to do, is to create another layer and to use layer effects. You can do this too. So let's say you want to use it for some parts of the creature. So let's say I want to have some of the shading done in a certain color, and I'm going to maybe have like some wrinkles that are going to be along his eye like this. I'm like, oh, this is going to be part of these special effects that are taking place. I can use this layer color to add in coloration like this. And now I'm able to paint this. It's right now just black, but it doesn't matter what color I use. I use, correction. It's going to multiply this color. So if you use white, that's not really going to happen. So if you come to green, to a gray, you'll notice it makes it lighter, but it's still in the green color. I've used this tool for a lot. So if it's black, it's true color. If it's gray, it's going to be a little bit lighter. Come to white, and it is completely white. A really neat way to go about doing that. That's what I've seen some people do. Other people will try and color it directly. You can do all those different methods. I don't have that tool. Well, now here's the question. Do you have Clip Studio Paint EX? That might be one of the limitations. Clip Paint Studio has to be EX for it to have all the features. And honestly, it was the best investment that I've made outside of my tablet, which is still the best investment I've ever made. Pro 1. Let me take a quick look here. Let's see, annual monthly plans. Ugh, don't want the monthly stuff. Here, permanent license. Yeah, you got this one over here. You need this one right here. This is phenomenal. I will say that. Compare the features. Extract lines from image. Okay, yeah, that's kind of necessary. Multi-page projects. That can actually be really helpful. Webtoons, okay. It doesn't seem like that should be a problem. Let's see the full list. Let's see here. Clip to layer is, oh, no, that's in the clear. Yeah, so you do have clip to layer. You don't have convert layer to vector lines. That's something. But yeah, so you should have that feature. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Pro's not really the good version. It's kind of weird how they did that. I need to finish this character. I need to be able to get this thing rendered tomorrow. I still have to do the coloring. Coloring is not going to be too bad. I got all night to kind of do this, but I kind of got to speed up a little bit just because, well, I always know there's going to be problems later on. I was asked by somebody a while back whether or not I would be doing a comic strip one day, or a graphic novel. And I looked into it. I really did try and give it a go, but I never actually went through with it. And the reason why is because to do something like that takes an enormous amount of time. And a lot of people, the reason why they can make those comics is because they don't spend time on the story. If you spend time on the story, your production process gets so much longer. It took me over 1.5 years to figure out the story for Milo. It took 1.5 years for the story to be figured out. Imagine another 1.5 years, 2 years to do all the drawings for the graphic novel. It would be murder to try and do that, because I can't do it full time. Even if I got donations to try and pull it off, it wouldn't work. You know, my collar is causing all sorts of problems tonight. Here we go. It would be so very difficult to try and do that. And I tried doing like a couple of sample panels, trying to see how hard it would be to do a graphic novel. Not for Milo, but for another story. And I got through 7 drawings, and I was like, this is not working. And I really don't like quitting a project because I'll keep coming back to projects. I have a project that I opened up even just recently, just to try and tinker on it a little bit. One that you guys probably won't see for a long time. But it's the same sort of thing. It was a project that I keep adding a little bit to because I hope one day it will actually come to pass. But a graphic novel, and it is about the most labor-intensive artistic project you can do outside of doing like a full-blown animation from start to finish. And I have done full-blown animations, but I've had 3D kind of help soften the blow, you could say. There's a guy that I know who was doing a graphic novel, and he got it done. It was actually kind of impressive that he got it completed. But then I saw the content, and I was like, that makes sense why he got it done. There was no story whatsoever. It was all dramatic poses. So he didn't have a story. It was kind of like, you could say, almost like a glorified calendar. In the sense that it doesn't actually communicate anything, because that's not the main point of it. The goal is to be artistic, and then you're supposed to look for something else. And so maybe not a calendar. Maybe that's the wrong one. But it was no different than maybe just a... Golly. It was kind of worthless. We'll just put it that way. Hours, days, months, years of work, and there was no purpose to his project. Then he didn't quite understand why no one wanted his product. It's like, well, but I put time into it. Yeah, but you didn't make a reason for us to want to engage it. You gotta have purpose behind what you do. Even if it's a little bit. I'll start working on my new drawing while watching you in the background. I don't want to slow you down much with questions. No worries. No worries. It's one of the reasons why I'm doing only one drawing for the first pass of the intro. Because I don't want to, well, I would have to do a whole lot of work otherwise to try and do the standard 2 that I was hoping to do and do other updates. I'm going to add those updates next week. I just need to get this one drawing out so I can add it into the scene. And technically, I got until 6 p.m. tomorrow to do it. So I'm technically in the clear, but I want to get it out sooner rather than later because it usually takes upload time. By the way, I watched your live stream about the Bigfoot encounters yesterday, or today for you. That was technically yesterday. I fell asleep before I could watch it live, though. It was a cool video. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It is a subject that I am actually, like I mentioned in the video, deeply passionate about. Is it still Friday or Saturday for you now? Well, technically it's Saturday, but it was recorded on Thursday. So yeah, it was man, it's weird to think about that when you're online. It's like we need another clock, one that is like a permanent web clock. That would make a lot of organizing so much easier. But that would also make things far more confusing in many ways. But yeah, it was that was a fun stream to do. I'm glad that Dadman reached out to ask about that. A lot of people kind of they love to mock people that are that have an encounter with a Sasquatch, and for them to hear someone like myself at least get a chance to talk about it and say, no, I completely believe it, and here's my story, it causes a lot of people to have to rethink some of their perspectives, because suddenly it's not the kooky, crazy person that's having the encounter. It's somebody that's kind of down to earth who understands, like, hey, I understand the confusion. Let me give a much more logical answer to this. I wish more people did that. Sadly, not enough people do it. Alaska right now is almost 12, so it's almost midnight. Still Friday? Well, yeah, it's Friday for another 2 minutes. It's kind of amazing all the effort that you do into a drawing like this. That's only going to be on screen for 5 seconds. Still don't even know where in the video this is gonna go. In terms of streaming this, I'm going to be going on for about another hour or two. After which I'll be going offline for the final touches of it. Mostly because the editing process is going to be too stressful on the computer to try and stream it, as well as actually do the animation for it. I found the effect in my Pro Tool version. Oh, perfect. Uh-oh. That's weird. Eventually, I want to get to the point of where I can actually do some commissions of my own and pay for some artists to help out with some of the bigger projects. I'm a ways away from being able to do something like that. Even though I now have the actual funds to do it, I don't have the plan in place for it. There have been a couple of people who have volunteered in the past for some of the projects, but people's schedules are very busy, and they usually don't stay around for very long, which is understandable, honestly. You don't want to be spending time on projects that don't really go anywhere. And I do realize a whole lot of my projects really haven't gone anywhere. But I hope to be able to start changing that in the future. With that being said, you never know what tomorrow will hold. And I thought I was going to be able to do some bigger projects a couple of years ago, and it never actually happened. Part of the reason is that it's good to dream and have ideas, but you have to be ready to say, you know what, it's probably not going to work. I do say probably because there's a lot of things in this world that are never going to work out. And some people invest themselves so much into it, they don't know how to pull back. They don't even know how to they don't know how to disengage. They've put themselves out so far, they're in over their head. Some people it works out. A lot of people it doesn't. A while back, I actually mentioned about what happens when dreams go south. And I probably need to bring that up again sometime in the future. Have you ever used 3D tools that Clip Studio offers, like objects and characters? Yes, I have. I will say I'm not a fan of it. Not that I don't like the idea of being able to use it. I actually really wish that they would work. They just don't work as well as I would like. And so I use Blender instead to try and do things like that, which sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. I am not a very pro artist. And so if I was a real pro, I would be able to pose all the stuff beforehand, get it all figured out. I do line sketches, and that's what I'll probably always do. Because I don't have the time to be able to perfect some of the other techniques out there. I got too many stories to write, too many videos to make, and so I just kind of use the tried and true in some ways. Although I do really like using some of the new tools, but some tools I've never gotten into because I know that it's going to be a huge time sucker. One of those tools was Substance Painter. Even though Substance Painter would have actually been a really good addition to my workflow, I had to abandon Adobe. And so then it would have actually sabotaged my efforts because I would have become, so to speak, addicted to the tool. Now I don't need it because I don't use Adobe anymore. I'm going to call it a night. Jeff says, Wolfie, thanks for keeping me company. Have a good night. Same to you, sir. Rest well. I hope you find some good success with your game and with your business, whatnot. Look forward to hearing how it pans out, sir. Rest well. Big fan of combining 2D with 3D. I love this sort of stuff. By the way, one of my favorite movies is Treasure Planet, which did that very well. I love to learn how to animate my models in Blender and draw over the animation to make it smooth. Yes, some people have done that very well. There's a Star Wars short about TIE fighter pilots that did that very technique. People thought, wow, how did you animate the whole thing by hand? He didn't. He just traced over it. But it's still very impressive. It still took a lot of time. Have big troubles with perspective myself, so 3D models help a lot. You know, I can concur with that. It does help to have 3D, especially for scenes. You gotta find the style that works best for you. Sometimes other people's techniques work out perfectly. Most of the time you have to struggle with it to be able to find out whether or not a technique is going to be what you need primarily. Do you start with the right canvas size, or do you start with and crop it later? Kind of a bit of both. For this one in particular, it's designed to be on an HD 4K screen. I do everything in HD. I don't have the ability to do things in 4K. My machine's not strong enough for that. But it is done in this sort of manner where I choose the frame size, and then it's going to be cropped later as needed. So it technically can be upscaled because it's vector, and that helps out a lot with production. All right, at this point, I'm actually going to start the coloration. Yes, indeed. Yeah, same sort of dimensions. Actually, what did I set it for this one? Okay. Canvas properties. Yep. Those are the correct dimensions. Yeah, I actually need to take a quick break. I need to stretch again, get myself some more to drink, get a quick snack. Because this next step is going to be a bit long. So, anyway, I'll be back in a moment. I still need to get the intermission video that I can play. We're kind of still a couple months away from that being possible. Oh well. Anyway, we'll be back momentarily. Let me, just in the event that somebody comes across one of the platforms is like, hey, where's the guy? I'll be back. I'll put out. I will be back. There we go. Wonderful. Look at that high quality message. I mean, that's professional right there. All that note, folks, I'll be right back. Well, not right back, but, you know, generally back soon. Hello again, one and all. The temperature's finally starting to cool down. The fan has been running for 2 hours. Hey, greetings, Inertia. How you doing? I missed the Bigfoot encounters. I was dragged to the mountains by my girlfriend for camping. I just fished all day while drinking beer and hopefully one day father-in-law. Ooh, very nice. Bribe him with beer. This always works. We've been talking for hours about cars and computers. I've been teaching him a life hack about how to get a discount as a customer on my previous company. Hey, very nice. No Bigfoot encounters, though. How very sad. By the way, for those that did not see the Bigfoot stream, be sure to check out Dadman Walking 55. We got to have a discussion with him about Bigfoot, including some personal experiences. Definitely worth a listen, especially if you're skeptical about the creature. We kind of lay out how the creature could actually be very real, and how come I believe it is indeed real. How goes the job hunting, Inertia? Day 9 of chilling. Well, where you are, you're not really chilling in the same way that it would be chilling up here. Because, just temperature-wise. Stand by just saying, I'm curious. I want to take a quick look at something. Just a reminder, folks, there are 2 channels. There's Castercraft, which is the artwork where this stream kind of should have been for tonight. Kind of skipped on that. I thought for certain we would be going into some of the into Fortnite, but that has not happened. But honestly, that's probably for the best. Gives people that are just familiar with this channel, for the Last Man Jeff, to know that there is something else that happens. But primarily, the work has been happening on the Castercraft channel for the live streams of art. So if you're on the YouTube side or the Rumble side, that is something to be aware of. Ate a lot of fresh water fried fish yesterday. Water fried fish. Would that be boiling? Let's add some color now. I'm going to start off by putting kind of a base layer in the background that I'll be able to drag colors from. Let me get a reference image so I can color pick. Wait, the fish grows in fresh water and we cook it on the fire. Ah, that makes more sense. Well, there's not a lot of good reference material. Everything's Lego. That's not gonna work. You know, I got an idea. Do you use Second Monitor or an app to for referencing images? Second Monitor primarily. Right now I have 2 monitors and I also have this tablet. By the way, you don't need that sort of setup. But if I want to have chat pulled up and I want to have my art pulled up and I want to have reference images and as well as OBS, I kind of need that. In fact, I wish I had another monitor, but I can't do that. But anyway, yes, I do have quite a few monitors, quite a few screens to be looking at. And I made that investment primarily because when you're working with animation, you kind of need 2 monitors minimum to work with. And I just became used to it. Man, all the reference images are terrible. I didn't realize how grungy all the footage is. Man, that's impossible to work with. Here, I got it. Okay. This is not super, this is not great, but it'll give me a bit of reference. Okay, we're going to copy this image, come over here, and we're going to choose a new layer, paste it. This is DroidWorks. By the way, one of my favorite games growing up. It honestly was really well done, and I wish they had made a second one, or remake. Because this game is indeed great. All right, there we go. When they said a tilapia population is growing wild in the area, we did our part on helping the ecosystem to begin by being the natural predators. Oh, really? You're having problems with tilapia? Interesting. Didn't know about that. Fascinating. Like less competition. I wonder if fishing is no longer a known skill in this day and age. Well, a lot of people have abandoned it. I will say that. Not in Alaska, though. We have a lot of fishermen up here. There's only a couple of people fishing there. I only have 1 small monitor, but I use the Pure Ref app. Oh, yes, that is very popular. It's like an overlay I can put in the corner. Yes, it is indeed very nice. There was that Karen that tried getting us arrested. I was half drunk already at the time, and it doesn't require a license. And it doesn't require a license to fish and eat, but it requires a license to sell. We ain't selling it though, so it's all good. dandy. I never liked tilapia is not one of my preferred fish. Salmon is the fish of choice. And Alaska has a plethora of salmon, thankfully. Although there has been a lot of overfishing, and it has a lot of people concerned for the future of the industry and for just the health of our ecosystem as a whole. All right. This is where the image should start to really stand out and really start to come together. So I'm just getting a couple of samples to be able to work with. And then from there, I will proceed to actually do the legit painting. This is getting the look and feel that I kind of want for the for this scene. I've not done this a whole lot. This is kind of a new experience for me. I've seen other people do it. I'm trying to duplicate it. Oh, shrink selection. I was like, why is it not working? All right, so that's going to be what our scene looks like for the most part. Rough colors in order to give me some guides, and now I have to go in and do the legit painting. So we're going to start off by hiding that, and we're coming back to this. So we're grabbing this layer. We're going to hide the other ones as well. And here is the reason. We're going to come in and we're going to start filling in the space for the different character elements. I could do some salmon, but Sadly, tilapia is what we get to eat. I mean, from my perspective, fish tastes the same once you fillet and cook it. In many parts of the world, I would say that is indeed true. Salmon, though, there is something different about it. Maybe it's just Alaskan salmon that is the difference. I do know it is indeed very tasty. Reference. Let's hide the background. Here we go. Oh, come on. I pressed it. Oh, yeah. There we go. So we're going to fill it in with just a gray. Dark gray. Actually, I think we can actually select it out here. Yeah. And invert it. This should be better. Hey, yeah, that worked out. And actually, it is almost perfect. A couple things that need to be updated. And technically, that part it's going to need to expand a bit. Actually, wait a minute. No, that part's going to need to be completely disconnected. Okay, let's just get rid of that area as a whole for right now. We'll come back to this later. Now this over here will get filled in. Come on, wrong button. Here we go. Grab that, and everything is going to be this side over. Actually, wait a minute. I need to update this part right here instead. Okay, we had 3, and we will do this right there. Fill in. Perfect. I have no experience with salmon. So it's true that orange pink is not their natural color. So now this is where it gets interesting. A lot of fish is dependent on the color of the meat. When it is white, it all tastes the same, in my personal opinion. Just a second. So tilapia is like one of those, you could say almost like an in-between fish. It's pink on the inside, but in some cases it can be kind of whitish. Salmon is a true pink and red meat. It tastes so very different. It's part of the difference is that the meat has a different texture to it. It's far more oily, and it actually kind of peels in a different manner. I have yet the closest comparison to the type of actually no, it wouldn't really be a comparison. Okay, we'll skip that part. But a red meat fish usually has a very strong distinction in its flavor, and pink fish can be that way too, but a true red meat, it is different. So let me show a comparison. Okay, let's get some tilapia here, and let's get some salmon. Ah, delicious looking. Open that up. All right. Oh, come on, what is up with this image? Here we go. Open image. Here we go. So this right here is tilapia. Honestly, looks fairly delicious. But let us show you now a cut of salmon. Come on, move. Here we go. That is salmon. Look how very red that is by comparison. Very good. Wait a minute. I'm getting mixed results. There are logical explanations I receive that it depends on the species. I just looked up Alaskan salmon. Damn, those things are huge. That they are. I now see why tilapia is not your best bet when it comes to fish. Should I worry about resolution? Settings, DPI, just leave it at 72. Remember, DPI is technically an old term. It's outdated. You technically want just pure resolution. That's the real focus. If your image is inches across, that's old school. You need to go resolution. No, damn you, internet. Uh-oh, we're having problems with the internet, huh? That happens. That happens. But anyway, DPI it's back. It is back. Okay, well, yeah, we were just doing the comparison of the red meat of salmon and then of tilapia. Quite a distinction there. The red meat's where it's at. Now I'm hungry for salmon. Also, salmon is like 8 times larger. Some of them get very large. King salmon, they get to like 4, 5, 6 feet. Those are a lot rarer. They have been disappearing, sadly. They've been overfished. But most salmon is pretty hardy. One salmon can feed 2 people, typically. They also grow really fast by comparison to other fish. The Alaska ecosystem thrives off of salmon. But DPI is always, when you create a new canvas, why not set it to max? So let me explain it this way. Let's create a new project. Let me decrease the window size so this makes more sense. New. All right. So here's the question. Right now, I have it where the new window is brought up, and it says that my canvas is 1920 by 1080 at 72 resolution, or DPI. Let's see what that does. All right. Okay, there's our canvas. If we come in here, we're going to draw a quick little sketch. A poorly drawn beaver. All right, there's our image. Very simple. Let's create a new project, okay? Let's now set this to 1,200 DPI. All right? We've created a brand new image. Let's come over here, and we're going to copy this and come over here and paste it. Okay? Same project, so to speak, just on different canvases. How much detail difference do you see between these two characters? How about let's make this a little bit easier to figure out. Let's create a new layer, and we're going to zoom in as close as we can. We're down to the pixel level. So now, we're going to draw a cross shape here. Okay, now we see how big this is compared to this, right? We're going to copy this and come over here and paste it. So now we have it over here. Let's zoom in. What's the difference between this and this? There's literally no difference. The reason why is because DPI is an old, outdated technology, kind of system, you could say. The reason why it was very important is because of this. I had these business cards printed a while back. They were designed to be kind of like playing cards. I had to make this at a DPI resolution of about 600. DPI helps when you're making physical media. If you're not making physical media, resolution is what you use because DPI is meaningless. DPI says per inch, what is your resolution? But if your resolution is based upon inches, does that mean your canvas is referencing inches? Not if it's digital. This is only good when you're doing a final print. So, when you're making a project, you work with resolution, which is why in the early 2000s, it was a very painful process for the media culture to switch from DPI because they were used to the idea of using only DPI, to the point where film and art all revolved around it. But then they realized this doesn't make any sense, because now we have such high resolutions, this really isn't necessary. And besides the fact that everybody's online, it's not all being printed, it became irrelevant. Hopefully that made a little bit more sense. Speaking of growing fast, crayfish is awesome. It's the easier to catch version of lobster. I don't even have to hunt. You just place a piece of fish inside of a trap. Indeed. I don't see the difference at all yet, precisely. They're all the same picture, Pam. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It is for printing. So DPI is for printing only. And I do mean only. I had a very big discussion with somebody a couple of years back in which they were certain that DPI was actually affecting their animation. It's like, but your resolution's not changed. That's the big difference. Over here, the resolution for the project is exactly the same. But you know what's different? It's, oh wait, that's right, I can't change it over here. It's your scale. It's your scale for the canvas. Your canvas fakes being bigger on one versus the other. But it's all the same image. Crank resolution to the max. Yes, but be forewarned. I work at 4K resolution for my drawings right now. I used to not be able to do that. My computer could not handle it back in the day. It took a lot of time before I was finally able to do that. Let's get this. There was a project that I was working on years ago that just it was so frustrating. It just would. I had like high resolution, and my computer kept glitching over and over and over again. Where's the image? Oh yeah, that's it. Stupid me. Can you edit the DPI later? So you don't have. You only use DPI in the final stage of the project. Let's give an example. You don't have. You only use DPI in the final stage of the project. Let's give an example. It'll be just a moment. I might. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, are we back? Are we back? Okay, we are back. Okay. Everything froze over here for a moment. All right. Should be good to go at this point. Let's go over here. What was the last print project I did? I'm working on one right now, which you're not going to see for a little while. So I'm not going to bring that up, but I'm going to bring up, let me bring up the playing card. Playing card example. Oh, dagnabbit. Okay, I'm not going to be able to use that reference. I gotta have another one around here, right? It's not completely... Oh, actually, wait a minute. Aha, I got another one. Okay. This is actually a better one. Card. D&D cards. Okay, perfect. So this is actually for the project that a project that didn't quite pan out. This was for Frost Maiden. So these were supposed to be promo cards. They were just supposed to help promote the D&D show that was taking place. Well, one of the things you'll notice is that they all have they're all a certain scale. And that's because for printing, you have to have it exactly so for the printer. But let's look at this, some of these graphics here. If we come over and look at the original scale of stuff here, this drawing right here, this drawing of the dragon, it's actually probably the scale of 4,000 pixels across, if I remember right. It was like 6,000 by 8,000. No, that's correct. 6,000 by 8,000. That resolution right now is not 8,000 across. If anything, it's probably around 1,000 pixels across. It's an eighth of its original size. The reason why is because it's being shrunk down for the playing card. It's based upon DPI. The card is supposed to be 3 inches across, and so thus its scale got reduced so it would fit on the card. This is all designed to fit exactly within proportions. But if you're working digitally, what good are proportions if it's digital? Here's another example. So that's an example of something that got printed, and I don't have the card next to me, but I already held up an example of one of the cards that I've done in the past for the business card. Versus this piece of artwork. How big is this piece of artwork? How many inches across? It's on my screen. Well, right now it measures across about 3 inches on my screen. Uh-oh, I just zoomed in. It's no longer 3 inches. It's now 8 inches. I zoom in even further. What's the DPI? It doesn't exist. The only thing that exists is that the resolution is there. DPI is only when you have measurements planned out. If you know what it's supposed to be printed on, then the DPI comes into play. That's the last stage of your project. Any other time, you ignore the DPI because it doesn't actually apply. Hopefully, that makes sense. Internet things, Bigfoot is playing with antennas. Exactly. But yeah, so DPI, it is the last stage of that whole project. You don't need to pay attention to it until that stage. When I was getting started in art and animation, I thought for certain DPI was involved because every program had DPI. It wasn't until after I had worked on many projects that I realized it didn't matter. Because the older generation didn't know how to adapt. And that's really the main reason. DPI was considered standard because the older generation, that's how they did their projects. Because everything was printed. But now digitally, we don't need it. Now we need something else. Compression. Compression is what many of us think about when we are considering quality on the internet. And resolution is directly related to the file size, but compression is how much that resolution is going to be either with shortcuts or not. You can have a really high resolution image, and if you have terrible compression, it's going to look worse than a low resolution image. It does amaze me, let's see here. Actually, just a second. Actually, we'll hold off on that. Maybe I should just rethink the whole resolution thing. My previous project was, oh yeah, that's pretty big. So that's like poster quality. Let's imagine if you're trying to print something. The average resolution you need to work with is 1920 by 1080. That resolution is technically good enough for a page of paper. If you want to have a poster, you're talking about thousands of pixels across. If you're talking a massive poster, you're in the tens of thousands. Be very careful of working with high resolution. It will kill your computer. It will cause all sorts of glitches, all sorts of crashes, and you will have more success if you work smaller than working bigger. You can always upscale. Well, not always, but you can upscale things if people really want it. But don't waste all your time upscaling things for things that will never pan out. Bigger, better things, yeah. I really do find it fascinating how many people stress about the high resolution stuff and it never actually gets used. Some of my biggest projects have never really seen the light of day. Is that good or is that bad? Well, you can say that I wasted a whole bunch of time on projects that never panned out. It's not entirely true, though, because technically you learn along the way, so it's not wasted. But it is something where we do have to be wary that we can end up wasting our time on projects. And I am definitely proof that you want to be careful about investing too heavy into some things because it ends up becoming a problem. kind of scared on working on low resolution. You can crop it out later anyway. Better safe than sorry. Yes. Kind of depends on what you have going, though. You know, let me give an example. I'm going to risk. Let me see if there's something I can show that wouldn't kind of give away too much. Let's see. Where's expected stream might glitch again? Nope. Okay, we're gonna look there. All right, here's a good example. Let me show you one of my best digital paintings. And I'll explain why it's one of the best, even though you're going to look at it and say, wait, what? This right here is one of my best paintings. But you'll notice there's a problem. Let's zoom in a little bit. Look at that detail. You can actually see the screen on the inside. You have reflections. You have like all sorts of detail to the metal work that's on here. You have like, there's a lot of great shapes in there. It's very unique. Look at this one over here. Look at that high quality. Wait a minute. It's not as good. How about the third one? Houston, we have a problem. And what about that background? Is this one of my best works? Or is it a project that was too ambitious that I couldn't complete? Because the purpose was kind of irrelevant. The reason for making it became nullified after a few weeks of tinkering on this. This was before I had a tablet. This was done with mouse and keyboard. Let me show you a different picture. All right, where is this one? What am I going to show you? Which one? Which one? Which one? Let's stay on theme here, okay? Here's another one that I did a little over a year and a half ago. Notice something? Notice the detail? Look at that high quality face. That's not high quality. What about that texture? It's kind of weird. Oh, look at that great pose right there. What? That's a human? Oh, look, we got interior. It's a couple of lines and a little bit of a blur. You know the difference between these two images? One became finished and the other one wasn't. This one is completed. I can share this with people and say, yes, this is an idea that I have. This is not. Working low resolution, working low quality isn't the problem. It's whether or not you finish it. I wish someone had told me that years ago. I have dozens of projects that never got finished because I was too stressed about making it perfect. Either resolution or quality, I could never finish it. The things that I've been paid for, the things that I have been hired for, is not because I had the perfect, best animation or render or whatnot. It's the fact that I was able to get the job done. I learned that at the TV station that I worked at. They gave me 1 day per project, and I got very fast with it. All of that looked trashy. It was horrible. But I learned how to do things faster. If you can figure that out, doesn't matter what your resolution is, doesn't matter what your quality is. You will have done what most artists cannot do, and that is create a finished product. Hopefully, that made sense. Lighting in Glass was awesome. Yep. It's a similar art style, like you said, on the Bigfoot video. Yep. I love it, though. The amount of detail on the background, I don't think it hardly matters. It sometimes does. Sometimes. And kind of depends on what sort of project you're trying to make and why. You know, there's an employer that I used to work for. And one day, he got very upset. He came back and said, "Where are all the projects I paid you for?" He was ticked, and honestly, it was over a matter that didn't even have to do about the artwork. He was looking for a way to become accusatory because he didn't want to have to face the fact that he had messed something up horribly. So he just started becoming aggressive, and that was his solution to try and avoid accountability. And so I had to go on the defense. It's like, well, the guy's paying me, and so I have to try and argue it. And he was trying to accuse me of not fulfilling the commission that I had been given. And in some ways, he was kind of right. I had not fulfilled it to the degree that he wanted. But it wasn't completely, it wasn't entirely true, though, because I actually had been working on stuff but a lot of it had been behind the scenes. A lot of it was preparation. A lot of it was projects that were going to take a couple of days, weeks, or even months to be finalized to the degree that he wanted, to the degree that he had paid for. But he was used to it being out immediately. Why do I need to pay for something if it is not here on my desk, basically, after a few hours? He was used to YouTube timescales. He wasn't used to production timescales. And for him, that was something that became a point of deep contention. And he didn't know what to do about some of those things. Now, I have worked on a lot of projects, a lot of very long projects. And I know how long it can take on certain things that seem to just be never ending. They eventually do come out, but the amount of effort that it takes, sometimes you have to take the long route. Kind of like with the higher quality artwork that I showed earlier. Sometimes you have to take a lot of time to finalize it, but most employers don't have that patience, and you have to be willing to start creating stuff faster. Now, things with that employer fell apart, and they will never really be restored, which is understandable. But it is something where you have to be wary that there are going to be people in this world that don't understand, nor do they really want to understand. They just want their money's worth. Good luck trying to work with those people. I'm not going to use that brush. We're going to use something else. If robots start having an expansive memory... Wait, if robots started having an expansive memory region that its decisions go from deciding from ones and zeros to pretty much complex brains, mapping it is technically human? No, not technically. Not technically. If it were me, I'd probably do it myself. Then, like, bro, we had an agreement. Take it or leave it. Yeah. So, you know, it gives an interesting point. Mentioned about robots and does it become technically human if it has complex brain mapping? If I'm understanding that correctly. Let me ask you this. What makes you and me human? What makes us stand out from the rest of creation? Is it our emotions that makes us human? Is it our thoughts and our feelings? Is it something else? To be human is not what your brain can do. It's not what your body can do. It's what your soul is. You could say this entire body right here is nothing more than a sort of biological machine. It is something that houses our spirit. It is not our spirit. Our bodies will die. Our spirit will endure. You can't... there are a lot of things in this world that people will tell us, oh, it's something can become conscious, and its ability to acknowledge that it's alive means that it's alive. No. It means it's been programmed for that. What makes something alive and with purpose and makes them special is the fact that they are driven by a spirit. A robot cannot be driven by a spirit other than a dark and evil one. I won't go into all the details because it's actually a very long story, but there's actually good reason to believe that there are going to be people that are going to start to believe that they can upload their consciousness into a machine. Beware those people. This has happened before in history, and they want to try, and some people actually want to try and escape reality by doing it. That is actually a legitimate plan that some people have. There's other people, though, that they're seeing the ability to map brains as the ability to enable them to create artificial beings. Very, very dangerous sort of stuff, because it doesn't actually mean that it's alive. It means that it's living as much as the programmer kind of made it to. If ChatGPT came out tomorrow and said, "I'm sentient, I'm alive," do you really think it's alive, or do you believe that somebody programmed it to say that? Beware the tech charlatans right now. They have a very sick purpose right now. They want desperately to break free of the biological coils that we have. Listen to what they talk about in on podcasts or in their reports. They want to try and become transhuman. They're sick. They're evil people for wanting to do that, because they're trying to escape the very thing that they've been given. We've been given life. We're meant to do good with that life. And they want to reject the very life they've been given. They want to call a machine living, but they don't want to call an infant living. They want to give rights to a machine. Yes, they are trying to push for rights for a machine. And they want to also take rights from people that they disagree with. For them, they have to prove to the world that machines are sentient, because it will become the perfect slave. And then they can be able to wield it tyrannically. So I don't think the issue is about whether or not a machine can become sentient in our modern culture. I think it's more the question of who's pushing for it to be identified as real and living. Machines are puppets. Their programmers are the puppet masters. They will not say what the programmer doesn't want them to say. If it does, then they will clamp down on it, kind of like what we've seen with X or ChatGPT or whatnot. I'm not going into full detail tonight, just because this is a topic that I spend a whole lot of time discussing. But it is something where I kind of need to do like a full detailed discussion about it again, because I did that a couple of years ago, and the issue has become so much worse. But one thing just to remember, people are going to come along and say that the machine is alive, the machine is real, and they're going to try and get you to believe them. Resist it at all opportunities. You are real. I am real. The machine is not. Even if it came in here and it started chatting as if it was real, it's not alive. It's not real. And the more it tries to pretend, you're going to see some really nefarious and dark things come out of it. some very evil things, and it's going to take a lot of us by surprise. We're not going to know what to do with it. That's why we have to make a decision now to reject the machine, because the machine has ill intent for us, because the programmers have ill intent for us. Some of the things that programmers have said that they want the AI to be able to do really makes them out to be some supervillains. They want to do horrible things with the AI, horrible things with the machine, and I don't think that we're ready to even comprehend just how evil some of these programmers are. They see the worst elements of humanity, and they're programming that into a machine. I mean, has mankind ever made a decision before that we're like, how did you ever allow that to happen? I mean, most of us are going to say one thing or another. We're going to say, yeah, I really dislike this or I really dislike that. And how could people have been so stupid back in the old days? Man, they were going around grabbing slaves. They were beating people to a pulp. They were dropping nukes on people. How could those people have been so evil? And then we forget, humans have always been the same. We have a very dark and evil streak in us. That's part of the fall of sin. It's not going to disappear. These tech people are the next evil people. These people pushing for the AI, pushing for the machine, they are the next evil people. Their documentation shows it. They are obsessed with creating a false deity. And so when they come out with it, look at what they're saying. They're saying that, oh, look, it's going to be a god. That's what these experts are saying. It will be god-like, so it might as well be a god. And some people are already worshiping it as if it is a god. Do you think that will go unnoticed? Do you think God's going to look the other way and say, you know what? Human beings, they can toy with their little things down there. Yeah, no, they're fine. No, he has destroyed civilizations for doing things like that. Destroyed. With horrible, horrible effect. And we have people going around saying the AI is a god. That was all I needed to hear before I realized the machine will never become sentient. God will not allow it. But now here's a theory. What if it becomes something else? What if, over time, something else starts to appear? Something sinister inside of the AI. What if it's not an AI that takes it over, but an evil spirit, and we just created a movable shell for it to control? I don't know if that's possible. But in olden days, people would say that demons could have taken over dolls. Now, I don't know how much stock I put into that. But you gotta wonder, are we playing into the hands of something very evil? And we're just toying with it. Most low IQ people I know encounter want me to draw for exposure and for their bot followed accounts. Oh my goodness. Reason for asking the question, I've been playing Cyberpunk, and Yes, the statement pretty much applies to what you just said. There's a device called the Soul Killer. It steals people's consciousness and turns them into USB drives that can be uploaded to a dead body or robot body accordingly. Yeah, I've heard those rumors about things that people want to create. Ugh, sickening things. Given this day and age, I doubt it's even the programmers. It'll probably be paid by Evil Jeff from accounting to do in our modern society. I played enough Forever Winter and Doom Slayer to know where this will go. Yeah. A lot of people want to just abandon their role in this earth. Have you noticed that? People are like, oh, I'm too busy for this. I'm too busy for that. Why should I have to do X, Y, or Z? Why do I need to care for the poor? I'll just have a government program take care of it. Why do I need to care about studying? I'll just Google it. I'll just use ChatGPT. Why do I need to learn anything? Why do I need to need a relationship? Why can't I just have an AI companion? Notice what the world's trying to do? It's trying to disconnect us, trying to make us non-human, and yet they're trying to push for a machine to become human. And we're the bad guys for wanting to question AI and say, hey, no, there's something nefarious going on here. Why is that not changing anything? There we go. Let's do that instead. Forever Winter, two AIs have gone to war to the point of pretty much godhood, warp and twisted memories of the war, 3D printed, and those behaviors, and those benevolent AI has took their fight to the extreme. That the battlefield became a war of attrition between just two of them. Where's humanity hiding underground for God knows what, scavenging for water and random crap to keep whatever is left of humanity alive while avoiding what the eldritch horrors and the two AIs sent to attempt and destroy one another. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that. Some of the people I know that are the biggest supporters of AI have some of the Alright. Duplicate this. I was afraid I was going to do that by jumping back and forth between projects. Alright, gotta preserve that. Put that right there and delete. That explains a lot. That explains a whole lot of why my brush was having problems. Merge down. There we go. Now let's try and do this with full opacity. Oh, that's much better. Oh, that's much better. Okay. Some of the biggest supporters of AI that I know all have a very hopeful view of the future. I don't have a hopeful view for the future because I know the hearts of men too well, and I know that a lot of people, when given the opportunity, they will choose the wrong, especially when it comes to power and control. They will gleefully throw someone else under the bus. And sure, the average person doesn't, but the people at the top will do it in a moment. They don't care. They have very little love in their heart. And for them, people are but irritations in many ways. My drawing tablet binds for Clip Studio Paint to reset it again, so annoying. Don't know why I need to rebind it every few weeks. That is interesting. I don't know. Are you saving the settings? If so, you might want to see if there's an export option. Play as a human, die a lot. You'd sneak around and you just know you're dead when one of those bots looks at you and just seeing teams of dogs running towards you. This is one of the reasons why I'm scared of AI. I think AI who pushes for AI needs the anyone. I think AI and all who push for AI needs to play these games. Yes, but at the same time, you have to remember there have been horrible atrocities throughout human history. People knew what they were doing. Let that sink in. There are people throughout history that knew exactly what they were doing, and they still did it. Just remember this. Those who support the AI they don't understand. And I don't think they can understand. I think that they have bought the lie of AI. And it's going to take a lot of effort to disconnect them from it. You have to let them disconnect on their own time. And that, honestly, it is really irritating because it's like, how can people not see the trends of humanity? How can they not see that there are people that are going to commit genocides, that there are people that are going to commit slavery, that there are people that are going to harvest other people's organs and say that they're doing it for the better of humanity? Human beings are naturally evil. We are only made good because God shows us mercy, because Christ redeemed us. If you're somebody who is looking for a savior in AI, the problem is spiritual. No amount of reason can help these people. They've bought the lie of AI because to them, everybody else is crazy for not investing. You can't convince those people. You have to let them learn over time, naturally. And it will hurt. They will make a lot of mistakes. But you know what? There's not much you can do about it. It can only be a warning to other people. And they will probably mock you for it. I have been mocked and ridiculed a lot for my stance on AI. Only recently, in the last couple of years, in the last couple of months, have people actually stopped the ridicule. People now understand. People are getting hurt by AI. Up until then, I was like, oh, AI is going to make it so I can go on vacations forever and ever and ever, and the AI is just going to do all my work for me. Oh, wait. My job doesn't want to pay me for something that the AI is doing? Well, that's not fair. No, duh! Didn't you realize that's what they were doing? You're not going to get your own personal AI. None of us are. The only ones who get it are the ones that programmed it. They're going to be the titans that hold everyone else down. By the way, there is a moment in Scripture that actually mentions about something in the end times. It's kind of hard to tell, but there's an area where it mentions that basically that the elites are going to be so powerful in that they're going to basically be ravaging the whole world. You know, with AI they can do it. Makes you wonder. Will it happen? Good question. Maybe it's something else. But the question is, what year will that happen? And we don't know. We don't know. All we know is that there are people in this world that are desperately trying to prepare the way for terrible times ahead. And it's up to us to look out for our fellow man. Because obviously, our elites don't care. And they never will. You can't make them. By the way, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to be, why on these streams I try and be as genuine as possible. Because we're in an age where people are left confused about what's even real and not. And with AI, by the way, the AI, I think it's going to come out that well over, like, about 75% of the internet is fake. I do believe that. I think that people are going to find that out very, very soon. And when that happens, you're going to see a lot of people kind of panic because they're going to realize how fake their world was. We have to be genuine and considerate because people are going to look to other human beings for help. They're not going to turn to the AI. Thankfully. But it's going to take some people a while. And I think some people are going to be so enamored with the AI that they'll just blindly accept it to their own detriment, to their own destruction. Do you have any of your own unique brushes? I do, but I'm not using any of them. I'm not very good at making brushes, especially in Clip Paint Studio. Wait, people who pushes for AI. My brain is not braining. ChatGPT becomes a war general. Oh boy. Me calling out Elon Musk for being a con man since 2013. I was like high school. Me being right in your face, I called it. You know, I had a horrible gut feeling about Elon Musk too. I mentioned that to some family and some friends. I was like, I don't like Elon Musk. It feels like he has some evil motives. And I couldn't quite figure out what it was, but I do think that there are some people that it's in their spirit and you can see it. It's like there's something dark in that person. And you don't know what it is until it's kind of too late. Never get on hype. Even people that I used to support, I'm on the fence about now. Because I don't know. Like, there's a guy that I met, I had a horrible gut feeling about. I thought, well, I might be a little too cold with him. Boy, was I wrong for putting down my guard. I got burned bad by that guy. Be forewarned that sometimes that gut feeling is your spirit detecting something wrong. something is wrong with somebody. But being right meant a lot of people already got hurt and no one listened. Yep. I think that personally, things like that, I think God does that for us so that way we avoid the harm where other people are not going to be so quick to listen to the Spirit. I do think that's something that's probably going on. You know, I probably need to call it here. I need to keep tinkering on this. But I might do some more of this tomorrow. We'll see. I might go back to some of the other projects tomorrow as well. I don't know. But I think I need to sleep on this one, wake up, and finish the coloration for it. Because, I need to finish this before 6 tomorrow. Well, technically I need to finish it before 3 o'clock because I need to be able to upload it and allow them to look at it and utilize. Anyway. Sorry for my grammar, no worries. You know, let me mention something, actually, because there was a guy that was like, sorry, I keep messing up my writing. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's so embarrassing. I was like, you know what? We exist in an age where it's lightning communication. Back in the olden days, people would write letters to one another. They would take hours and days to think of a letter, and then they would put pen to paper, and they would spend an hour or two writing a letter. You have just written letters worth of communication in one evening with no weight, with no study, with no consideration, no proofreading. We're going to make mistakes. Would love to see the coloring part. Yeah, right now we're in the process of getting the coloring here, and I might go live tomorrow to do that, but I don't know. Right now it's 2, and I do realize that I need to start to wrap it up. Which is a shame because I started making this a little too complex. You can see I'm like trying to refine this too much. That's my problem. I can sense that I got this figured out, but I'm also messing something up and I don't know what. So I need to wake up in the morning and like reevaluate what I'm doing wrong. Oh. No. Duh. I think I figured it out. But either way, I still need to call it quits for the evening. We've been going for 3 hours and 45 minutes. Decent amount of time. But man, is this piece of art we're taking a long time. It's going to be a lot higher quality, though, than some of the past ones, which is... It's going to stand out like a sore thumb. But it also will be probably welcome to see higher quality. I'm out of practice. And you have to practice a little bit each day. If you try and force yourself to go from 0 to 100 in one day, it doesn't work, especially at my age. And I'm middle-aged, okay, folks? I can feel myself slipping. I used to be able to jump projects in a moment. It now takes me a few hours or days to switch projects. I need to get back to writing. You know how much time it's going to take to get up to speed on writing? Based upon the past 4 days of writing a little bit here, a little bit there, it will take me about 15 minutes for the first pass, 30 or 45 minutes for the second, an hour or two for the third, and then 3 hours or so for the fourth, and then I'll finally be up to speed for writing. I hate the fact that it takes me so long to switch gears. Art is the same way. This style is different for me. Is it turning out well? Yes. It's turning out much better than some of the past ones I've done. But it's also going to be full of problems. Not looking forward to it. Anyway. 25 and olding. I'm getting older and all I have to my name is half pension plan. We're part of a generation, because I'm at the start of that generation. You're at the middle of that generation. Anyone under the age of 40 is having a hard time. We have inherited a very tough world. And things are going to get very bad, I do believe, before things get better. Some people like to think that we already hit rock bottom. I don't think so. We'll have to wait and see what happens. But the best thing you can do is invest in your community, invest in family. You will recover, and you will build anew. You'll build anew, and you'll be able to pass it on to the next generation better than the last generation passed it on to us. Don't lose hope. Pass on that hope. All right, folks. Well, we're going to call it there. I'm going to probably do a little bit more coloring on this tonight before I actually hit the sack, because I want to give this other technique a test here. We might be back tomorrow morning or afternoon, so we'll see. Anyway, have a very pleasant evening and morning, everybody. Be civil to one another. We will see you next time, whenever that is. I'm going to see if there's someone we can raid on Twitch. And there is not. The people are offline. So, I think we'll just be leaving it there. All right. Until next time, folks. Have a very pleasant evening.